Hello everyone, this is just Lazy, you can call me Lee, and we're back. It's Ace Attorney time, baby. And I'm here to prove that the Eggman did in fact do it. Cuckoo Cachoo. When did... I think... Oh yeah, we're taking a recess so they can, like, subpoena him, right? Gina, how are you holding up? Starting to feel quite warmly towards our frequent cold shoulders now. It's like her tsundere trait, you know? Ugh, sorry, I just ate soup.
Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything?
What's the point, eh? Why go through all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me?
What?
Well, you saw it. That picture. Oh, what picture? The one where you're pointing a gun at a man?
Oh, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder.
Oh, I guess you're not pointing it at him, but your trigger discipline is really shit, girly.
Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. Really awful timing on your part. Of all of the seconds that you had to be there, did it have to be the 1 second where Hurley's camera was taking a picture? It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they?
I mean, we're trying to prove that, you know, you're not the killer. Why are you giving up hope so easily? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to court. You should probably tell your lawyer everything.
Surely you've gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent.
Of course I can.
I don't believe you. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Runo's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, there's only so much that, you know, the 5 brain cells up in that head can do, you know? We'd really like to hear from you.
Alright then.
Yeah, so I was doing it because I care. What of it?
It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yeah. Yeah, I remember. And then you got upset, and you said that he probably sold the manuscript, even though it hasn't been published literally anywhere. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down to the street, to the 2-to-1. To Winterbank's place. I had to know. 2-to-1? 2-to-1? If Iris' story was there or not, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in that there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading.
I mean, yeah, probably something about her dad, right? Or maybe something they uncovered during that case.
So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in the log with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time.
So you broke into Winterbank's.
I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea this was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I give the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when...
What do you think you're doing?
Ah! I nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew, I'd grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what.
Oh, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets were in for armed robbery. I mean, she wasn't armed when she came in here, to be fair.
The mantle script. Have you got it in here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story?
I beg your pardon?
The hound of the, something or other. If it's here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here, that's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, the poor. Very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you?
Aw, he's pretty chill. Too bad he fucking dies. So then the old cove, I mean, he's not really chill. He tried to kill himself like twice. So then the old cove, unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there, alright. The mental script. Sholmes weren't lying after all.
Yeah, he just doesn't want it published for whatever reason.
Did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in.
Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about?
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry.
Oof, and he died for it. Feels bad. I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, well, I'll come with you and...
Now don't be foolish, young girl. You don't even know how to fucking shoot that thing. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
Fine. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom, like he said, straining me ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. Started to think I should help see. So I was just about to go out to the storeroom myself when... I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because he thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you.
Yeah, duh.
Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I mean,
he only loads one bullet though, Gina.
I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew.
He did.
Winterbank was a goner.
Shit.
I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. It turns out that even though I've shivved a couple of people in my life, I still don't like the sight of blood. And after that, I don't remember nothing.
Fell asleep.
That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. And that I was being hysterical. all right, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. We're going to kill Eggman. The cove, was there in the afternoon? That Egget Benedict. That Egg Boy. That's Benedict Cumberbatch. I still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. Ugh, poor people. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but we do know his initials, but I don't remember them. It was like AG or something. But I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Bruno's capable hands now, Ginny. I'm going to fucking jail. This fucking wimp? Mr. Naruto. Yes, not my name. How come you trust me? I don't get it. 'Cause I wanna. I mean, have you forgotten what happened to you before? Come on, it's only 2 months ago. Me and McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but you were getting fucking blackmailed. I'm not gonna hold that against you. Kidding me? And you got the bug trotter off with him, even though he's a killer. I mean, he died anyway, so it's fine. No. I can never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. Well, what if I'm lying? Then you're lying. Then I got fucking duped again. That's my bad. You could be working to get another kill off for all you know. It's never the young girl, though. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Yeah, and I defended myself. So don't worry about it. Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Runo! Oh, I'm fine. You know, I had Kazuma there with me, and he's still, you know, somewhere, just not with me. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. He didn't, because I took over, but, you know. My best friend. Oh, is this a remix? No, it's a remix of Kazuma's theme? That sounds like... No, I refuse to fucking believe that he's dead, dude. I fucking refuse. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. And then, I took over. I was so happy, I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me, not completely. I mean, I was holding the gun, the smoking gun, at that. They're ready to boil an egg? I sure hope so. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And honestly, much better lawyer, I'm still kind of a fucking wimp. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Now, I'm not expecting you to have an unwavering belief in me, because I do know that growing up as an orphan does give you, like, pretty severe trust issues, but
I'll take what I can get. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down.
Even though I'm a diver and a no good liar.
And a fucking rapper, apparently. Bars. You're not like McGilded. I know that. You're poor.
Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny.
Oh, yeah, and that.
Iris.
We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes.
That's really all we need to know.
Exactly. You're too poor to be that kind of criminal, right?
Mr. Naruto, I Defendant Gina Lestrade, an illegal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yeah, of course, thanks. Kinda having a moment here, assholes. I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. Both at the same time, honestly. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle of the first half of this game. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Oh, come on, man. That's depressing and gay. What the hell? Partner, Jesus Christ. Like, you can't even take it as like court break is over was inopportune as fuck. Oh yeah, they always do it in the middle of a fucking emotional moment, man. But like, what would Ryunosuke be referring to when he says partner? Because like usually it's like, oh, they're partners in like, I don't know, law. But Ryunosuke wasn't a fucking lawyer when Kazuma was still here. So like, what else could he mean by partner? Partners in what? Partners in what? In life? Explain to me, Ryunosuke. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. A partner as in a roommate historical way. Yeah, so life partner. Lord Van Zieks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? I failed to see how that's my job, but the subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's presses of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector.
Yes, I can only apologize, my lord.
Yeah, like, a guy was shot and you didn't even search his personal possessions? Why? And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. And unfortunately, I don't know what the fuck a DNA is.
a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. You'll be dead by tomorrow, Judge.
My lord! A subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggboy. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this. The quartet. My barbershop quartet. Sing me a song, barbershop quartet. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. God, shut the fuck up. Now kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Normally, please. Ashley Graydon, communications officer. That's a girl's name. I know Ashley was also a guy's name back then. However, that's a girl's name. Care to strike that pose of yours, but rotate it 90 degrees? Yeah, he's just one of them. He's one of them.
Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station.
Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what this is about. How are you communicating with anyone with that fucking voice, my guy? You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Yeah, it's so beyond the joke that it's true. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. Ashley Graydon. Is there a pun there, or... Ashley Graydon? I have no idea. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Jesus, what the fuck? Gladly, my lord, gladly. I don't know shit. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. The voice you put for Eggnog makes you think Van Zeeks, are you sure he's not your lost sibling? Voice you gave, yeah. I mean, the Van Zeeks voice, I guess they're similar in that they're both snooty. But, like, the Van Zeeks voice is closer to the Edgeworth voice in that it's just supposed to be, like, tired posh. This guy is theater posh, you know? Like the kind of person that you would see playing the leading role of a Shakespeare play. Like, Van Zeeks is just fucking tired of everyone's bullshit, you know? Are you seriously suggesting that I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Fucking Scaramouche, will you do the fandango? So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. Hello! I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. It was the will of the jury. And our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today.
By golly! How fucking rude! I'll shoot you where you are!
How long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Shit. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. You know, I would expect British courtrooms to just have, like, a tea break, you know? Like, you'd expect. You'd expect. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. Natalia? Or Natasha? Oh, okay. Welcome, Natalia. So we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict? Or is it Mr. Graydon? I don't have to tell you shit. My apologies, you are? Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. I bet you don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. Enchanted? Like the movie? So... Oh! Oh, thanks? Ah! I trust we can conclude this quickly. Now, throw my hat back, please. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Okay, you've just given it to me. It's mine now, I guess. Look at Ringo. Looking at him. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time.
Hold it!
Yeah, we even met in the same very pawnbrokery where the crime took place in the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. Oh. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He doesn't have to say fucking shit to you. He pleads the fifth, even though we're not in America. He's under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, but I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's gonna be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. Look at Ringo. Look at them. They're like, wow. That's our brother for sure? Sulky doesn't give a shit. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder?
Hold it!
Yeah. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No. I don't associate with criminals. Press X to doubt. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the back. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? I'm racist. That's rude. Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation.
Hold it!
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. I quit my fucking job. I'm 65 years old now. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, you bear the burden of proof. The obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Look at him. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Honestly, kinda slay. I also wish to have a silent victory wiggle. I'm incorporating that into my mannerisms right now. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene.
Hold it!
But it was.
Blood was found at the scene of the crime, there's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? Because of our special shit. It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Nobody's stopping me from a wiggling victory pose. I am stopping me. The mental block of not having known about a wiggling victory pose was stopping me. But I'm free now. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate between blood samples. Spam me the science lesson. I don't want to fucking hear it. I dropped out of science for a reason. I'm a communications major. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? He's from the Arsène Lupin books. Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know his name. He's a great, a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. I mean, yeah. He's pretty bad. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? What you thinking about? Oh, Nash.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Hey, what? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you?
Yes, I know, you're not Big Bruv Sulky. Bap. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Hey, call blimey, Governor, you what?
That was the most British thing in this game so far.
Hey, call blimey, Governor, you what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Grayson just spoke, a thought went through your mind?
What? I don't think. I don't have thoughts.
Would you care to share the thought with the court?
Me thoughts. I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what?
You'll never get British slangs? Me fucking neither. Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing, honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arm like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all.
Huh? Huh? How did you know? How did you know about his wound? Huh? Excuse me? What wound?
Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and...
Oh, hell's bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? Shit. What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord, can we just get this one to go to jail? Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer everything in relation to their mindless insinuations. Too bad, so sad. He said something and, I don't know, it's relevant to you. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Oops. Iris, gun him in the arm! I don't understand half of it at all these accent slangs. Me neither. I'm just going through this game and hoping that I understand enough of the regular English. But like the super like accented ones, like the Skulkin brothers here. Shut up. Perhaps you would allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I don't consent. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. That's a loud slam for such a, like, minor move. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. It's just your arm, brother. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with that pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I took offense at this insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery? My lord, that's straight up cap. That is not fact whatsoever. The defense would like to would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. You fucked up. You fucked up. The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. That is not true. No, 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 no. Is it the disc? Cause like Gregson was there, right? Gregson was there to take it from him the day of, yeah? Gregson, why don't you fucking speak up, man? What the hell? You were there. I'm gonna save. Nuh-uh.
Objection.
Yeah. Nuh-uh. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, a pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. Or in pawn. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I was literally there. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from the abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right, the surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. I mean, it's been a couple days. What if he has, like, Wolverine regeneration, you know? Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow the court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Oh! Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. That's the most villain thing you could ever say, my man. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Is he hiding his hand also? Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon. It would appear that there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Oh, murder. You keep talking, loser. You'll slip up again. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. I'm McGilded. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling. Ugh, poor people, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. I doubt. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say, the famous London philanthropist that burned to fucking death 2 months ago, who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of the distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? No fucking comment. Oh, yes, that's correct. Yeah, but he was evil as fuck. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name muttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, the disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming that this disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. No shit. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Probably has to do with those, like, communication shits. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Okay. Hold on, give me a second. Oh. Sorry, I was just eating some more soup.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? It's just mine. As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. Like, to the point where it kind of makes you punchable. And so you see, I have very little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claimed that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the overcoat was, 2 sizes too small for me. That the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there is a note on it that reads for McGilded. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. Honestly, it sounds like shit, but I'm the only one in the world that has it. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So, the disc in question. It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pockets of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly.
Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
Yeah, because he's fucking lying. No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's gonna expose Gina's perjury. Shit. Wait, hold on. Why do we care? People fucking lie in this courtroom all of the goddamn time, and then they never get in trouble for it. Is perjury, still illegal?
Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it?
Let's leave it alone for the time being. Try soup. Redemption ticket was stolen by the accused, and she just knew the fucking password for some reason.
Hold it!
Is this a game over condition? Perhaps. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag?
That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequents.
Objection!
Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Also, what the fuck does that mean? Lubricant? What does that mean?
Of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender.
You came to the Prawn Bakery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense.
Nonsense? Why didn't we take that fucking paper? God damn it.
I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way, is that clear?
Yes, my lord, even though I know it's objectively true because I literally saw the paper.
Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windibanks before?
Only once for the purposes of pawning something, but like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments.
So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such as the art of the pick purse.
Honestly, she's just got such small hands.
But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before that thief could.
I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. It literally wasn't. It's too small for you. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Shit. Hold on, soup.
In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? So, Inspector Gregson, why didn't you say shit earlier?
That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Why are you being sus?
Excuse me!
Why are you being sus, Sulky? Something wrong, Inspector Sulky?
Stop fucking calling me that! What do you mean?
The last remark Mr. Graydon made in this testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. You know, I guess it makes sense that Rinosuke's, powers of observation are at play here. He can just pick out whenever the fellow defendants, or not defendants, like fellow witnesses are being sus or anything. Which makes you think you'd expect him to be like Apollo Justice's ancestor, you know? Because, like, Phoenix isn't really known for his observation so much as he is just dumb luck.
No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone.
Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets?
Yes, exactly. You should know all about that.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. I totally had nothing to do with burning him to the ground. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side, too.
Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks?
Are you just outing him right now in court? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out when we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Lord Stronghearts, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. Do you have beef with him? Is he like your ex? Oh my god. Calling someone soup? No, I'm eating soup. I didn't finish my soup. It's just like leftover wontons from yesterday.
The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
Paw print? Is he a furry? What's all this about? What does he mean, paw print? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. It doesn't seem like sexual tension, but I might be wrong. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Interesting lore drop. Mr. Grayton, let us return to your testimony. You can know a lot of things by what kind of soup someone likes. What can you tell about me? You like vegetable soup. Wow. So informative. I think it'd be funny if that was like a follow-up to seeing them eating like chicken noodle soup, and it's not even vegetable soup. Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common to garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I'd wanted to recover the disc, it's with the fucking police, dumbass. You may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more on that shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. Sus. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in that shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true.
Well, no, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. You know, shove it in his face and make him choke on it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
Yeah. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibanks. Alright. Thank you for dropping by, Natalia. Then when he released that he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket.
There's no doubt about it. No witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. I know taking something into custody doesn't necessarily have to refer to people. Like, he uses it for an inanimate object here, but, like, I just love to imagine the image of, like, putting the disc on a table and being like, who's your boss? Who's your employer?
Like, who works for you? Who do you work for? Interrogating a fucking inanimate object.
But Gregsy's been acting very strange about all this.
Must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. That's the coat. But there's also the box, right?
Objection!
Ooh, more soup. Oh god, I've spilled some on my shirt. Absolute lizard failure streamer. Okay. This disc was deposited at Windibank's on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Nuh-uh, this isn't the disc, bitch. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. I feel like this learned friend thing is like becoming a bit of a pet name. It's not even like an insult anymore. They're just like calling them like each other that for fun. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibank's, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ugh. You dare use my own spells against me, Nipponese? There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibank's pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Oh. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? Ooh, he needs to know. The article description reads 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. How do you even keep track of that shit? Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? Sorry, I forgot his voice until halfway through the sentence. I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. And I'm not poor. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's true. Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument.
So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
American accent could be his facade-breaking voice, though. Well, that would be a hell of a twist if the guy dressed like a fucking British gentleman was actually just American all along. It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's arguments, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? What do you mean? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir! What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Hurley's red-handed recorders again. No, those are quite useful now.
As previously explained, using the plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winterbank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, the gilded small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th April, to be precise. Which means that it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Okay, let's see. Oh, I see it. I fucking see it. I fucking see it. There's a little box. There's a little box that's been shifted. Right here, this one. It's shifted. Sorry, it's kind of hard to see behind chat. Look, right fucking here. Oh, wait. Oh, shit! God damn it! I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. Hold on. Okay. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. Not stereoscopically, bitch. Okay, it's back. Yeah, but right fucking here. This is shifted very slightly. And you can see it stereoscopically, but you can also just see it straight up. Because, like, on this side, the box is to the right of the photo frame in the back. On this side, it's to the left. So get fucked, assholes. Wait, I'm gonna look at it stereoscopically again, just make sure there's no extra shit. Nope, that seems to be it. I would have thought it was this one with the red cloth. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. That's where you're wrong, Gregson. You don't count them. You stereoscope them. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Even though, you know, I looked at it and I know. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawn box. He's definitely opening that wound up, dude. It's clear the box shifted. Yeah. You don't even need to stereoscope to see it. Like, stereoscoping makes it easier, but, like, if you're good at spot the difference games, then, you don't even need to bother, you know? I might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking.
Here's your 3rd chance to look at it stereoscopically if you haven't already.
I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same.
Nuh-uh. What? No way.
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position?
You're Sudoku good, not spotting stuff good? Oh, hey. Being Sudoku good is, like, more impressive, honestly.
It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
Hello, world. Has the egg been scrambled yet? Not yet. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're trying to prove that he stole shit. I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Yeah. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What?
You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
How come you guys aren't doing the stereoscope shit? How come I have to do it, huh?
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them.
What?
Stereoscopes, they're the future, man. When you view the two pictures stereoscopically. Whoa! That's crazy. A single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box. Let me... wait. Unbelievable! Look, this fucking loser can't even look at it with his own goddamn eyes. Has to use the fucking evidence. See, the judge gets it.
By Jove, you're right! How extraordinary!
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilden's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilden is in fact...
Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork, what if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. Oh, everything's changed, brother. That means it's a thing of note, and we have to inspect it, my guy. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilden's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Everything, bro. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? Yeah, he opened it and took whatever was inside. Duh. I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary, because I don't want to. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. Nuh-uh.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Honestly, kinda fucking desperate, my man. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
Sir, yes, sir. Soup time. While we wait. Oh, I can get 2 scoops of soup. Good shit. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. You're just mad that you're losing, bitch. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. Listen, dude, just because I'm Japanese doesn't mean I'm a fucking ninja, okay? Bitch. What are you trying to say, racist fuck? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. You don't know that. Fuck you mean? What do you mean? How would you know what's in the fucking box? That could be worth like a bajillion fucking pounds or whatever, man. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. I don't know, it's kinda fucking sus, Van Zeeks. I think you're a sore loser. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. How do you know? A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Okay, pretentious fuck. You're not gonna take a gift just because they're like poor people gifts? Asshole. You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGilded was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbroker, I'm quite sure of that. Whew. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. You didn't even fucking drink any of it. How much of this are you going to fucking throw away into the fucking, like, brazier? It's not a brazier, it's a lamp. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that this disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, I will when we get it.
What's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
Yeah, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Mr. Gilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
That would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. Again, why do we care? People perjure all the fucking time in this universe. What do you fucking mean? Bruh.
But Ginny!
Could it be the Van Zeek's nose? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? That crafty son of a bitch.
But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what does you always say, Runo?
Oh, fuck, we're cooked?
Sooner or later, the truth comes out, every time.
Do I say that? I don't remember saying that. Alright, the exact significance of the things that that Magilda deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. Fuck. It's the right thing to do here. It could damage our case, but it's also the truth. We're gonna have to have her testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival in Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibank's by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say, even though it's gonna make her look real fucking bad. It will prove that the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume we've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. Don't give a shit. Both my boyfriend and my friend Susato are gone now. By which they're fine, but you know, they're not here to help me. So I don't give a shit anymore, man. I have. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark? I don't have to explain shit. The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Fuck you mean? Very well, if you have no objection. I don't know what the fuck is happening in my own courtroom. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. You don't have your hat on, dick shit. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. Fuck. As you wish, bitch. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Bruno.
Here we fucking go, boys. Yeah, what's he gonna react to, huh? Alright, girl, you're gonna have to trust in me. I'm begging you here. I'm begging you here. Also, hold on, soup time.
Wap, wap, wap. Good luck, Bruno. We're going to need it, because we're fucking cooked.
The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. Wrong fucking verdict, my lord. I had to enact justice on my own. And now, here we all are again. The same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Fuck. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. We just, fast forward through the entire case. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. The murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Honestly, I don't know how you're supposed to do that, from underneath a chair. Even if no one sits on it, how do you know if they're, sleeping, you know? How do you pick their pockets when you're facing them? Immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. Yes, I'm very proud of that job. A mystery that remains unsolved even now. 2 months on. I had nothing to do with it legally. Listen, when I said I was going to kill him and turn him into ashes, I meant in Minecraft. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade. Trust me here, girlie. Play along. Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean.
I don't know what you mean.
Girl.
I already said what I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important.
But...
Remember, little girl, I will burn you to death if you lie. If it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And not anyone else that fucking lies in court, I guess. What the fuck is happening? And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose.
Oh, that's perfect then. Yeah, so here's what happened. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris? We're on your side.
Did she have the puffy cheeks? Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. And he's very good at making, 17-year-old girls talk, I guess. So be it. You remember Goose Lady? Didn't she lie her ass off? That took place in Japan, to be fair. It's been established that Japan's court system isn't the greatest yet. And apparently this fucking clown house of a courtroom is, the best that like the best in the world. I think, you know, we should put defendants and prosecutors. You know, I feel like we should just have, you know, prosecutors fight the like defense attorneys in hand-to-hand combat. I would probably lose, honestly, but it'd be fun. Okay, hold on. Soup. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. What kind of soup you souping? It's leftover wonton soup. I had Chinese yesterday. Ooh. This is it then. Everything's gonna come out. Like Van Ziek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Down about my ears. That's a weird phrase. You want some ramen? Go make ramen. Or orders. I don't know. The real truth of the omnibus case.
Truth is that brickmaker cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair from on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. Did you not hear the end part, Judge? She was being fucking threatened. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error of Mr. McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. Good thing I cleaned up. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness and of my learned friend, are entirely inexcusable. First of all, the witness was threatened. Second of all, I was... You know, I just got here. Cut me some fucking slack, man.
I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was riding to the court, just like that pickpockets. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in on it together. You're wrong. The lawyer, Mr. Narado, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug.
I don't think so. Are you really expected to believe that? You really stitched everyone up, didn't you? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unlike me, I left that man unstitched, and with several scalpels inside him. I'm through here, people. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Your Honor, my client didn't do nothing. except for lie in court, but literally everyone in this universe lies in court. The true significance of McGilded's pawned articles might be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may be well worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. Sorry, I don't know why I'm British for that. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Shit. Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. How's everyone? I'm doing alright. Eating some soup. Playing some Ace Attorney. Interrogating a young child. A young orphan at that. That brickmaker cub was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Oh, well, anyway, they got louder and louder. Started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream like a little girl. You're 17. Grow up already, girlie.
Yeah. That's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor.
Hold it!
Was that disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smart-ish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his... Wait. And then he sat with the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. I can't fucking speak, bro, with this fucking accent. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too.
This is England. People do tend to shank people a lot.
Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First it was a kind of rapping noise.
A rapping noise? No way. What kind of rap?
All of a sudden I heard a scream from over me head and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops.
Hold it!
Slops is certainly a word for cops. There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right. They must look down through the skylight and notice the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGildy got me out of sight. Back in the compartment for me.
Out of sight? Where?
What do you fucking think, dumbass? Back onto the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 cubs from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear that they were entirely unrelated to the incident. Judge has been hmming a lot today. So that left McGildy, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, and the body. Only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. I'm cold as fuck. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What a fantastic name for a dying man.
You're toast and in need of rest. Go sleep. Like, I am, not one to talk because I oversleep or I overslept for something today. But go sleep at like a reasonable time, or at least more reasonable than it would be otherwise. But thank you for dropping by. What did McGildy and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly.
He just, appeared with a fucking knife in his gut.
That's when McGildy slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout.
Hold it!
The pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well?
I mean, yeah. Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Oh, so wait a minute, it's perjury when my fucking client does it, but it's just slipped the mind when he fucking does it, huh? Shut the fuck up, Van Zeeks. I hate you.
Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGildy took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it gotta be worth a few bob.
Yes, Gina was sure the disc was worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery.
The driver looked pretty happy when McGildy flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trot called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin.
Sometimes my eyes just glaze over, like reading Gina's dialogue, because I don't understand like 70% of it.
He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Hold it!
$11-6 is not nominal. I mean, 11-6 is not bad for someone that's active, later in the day. Threaten you how exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to scarp if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it.
And there was one other thing he said, which was he told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never...
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in log to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brafts to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposited at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Which brings us to our case. I see now.
Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I liked it before the coppers showed up.
And then you smoke bombed the courtroom for whatever reason.
Well done, Gina. Can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Ginny's really put her faith in you, Bruno.
Yeah, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over, even though literally no one gets fucking, punished for perjury in this courtroom. Fucking Egg Boy lied! And we're not gonna talk about that? So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
I did. I suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that?
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
Why are you whispering? Why are you sus? Yeah, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. Wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Huh. In the first AA game you played, the tutorial witness changed his story like 5 times and didn't get charged for that. Yeah. Like, this is Ace Attorney. Perjury doesn't fucking exist. Why all of a sudden do we have perjury now? Like...
Hold it!
What is that court doing? No fucking clue. I don't know, man. Huh.
Excuse me.
Ah, shit. Is there something you'd like to share with the class, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Nope. Oh. Inspector, Mr. Graydon!
Whoa, blimey! You trying to give me a heart attack?
You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. What are you, like, swapping love notes or whatever? Jesus. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Discussion with this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine.
There's an entire fucking audience here that can testify to you guys whispering to each other. Let them be gay. Sorry, not in my courtroom. Not when my Cosmo's gone. He's not gone. He's just somewhere. He's just not here, you know?
You think I've got anything to talk about with this shady gent like this? With a shady gent like this?
And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine.
Then why were you, like, gossiping? But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough.
He is allegedly managing the Pop-Tart factory. Yeah. I think he's, like, CEO at this point, you know? Like, if we don't find him soon, I'm worried that he might, in fact, become a Pop-Tart at some part. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear that on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded also took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point, the disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why, as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial, I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Plus, it was a nice coat. Fit me well. Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
I don't know. I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must have been worth a fair bit of price. He was probably going to sell it.
He's rich as fuck.
You can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
You're gonna summon 1984 at this rate, Gina. Please don't say that anymore. My lord. Oh, my lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir.
Bang, 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 bang.
Why is Gregson, like, standing so far off to the side of the witness stand? The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Here we fucking go, baby! Progression! What? To be continued, it's only 2 hours. No, hell no. I'm finishing this fucking trial, man. I'm cooking this goddamn egg. Even funnier to watch when you have no idea what's going on. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, Ace Attorney out of context is the best. Like, just because of how fucking ridiculous every trial is. Like, even without context, it's extremely fucking entertaining, if not more so. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. A 5-hour stream, let's go! Oh god, what if, like, you know, we started with a 7-hour stream, this series. What if I end this part of the game with a 7-hour stream?
Quick, let's open it and see what's inside.
Fuck. Oh, shit. Call the parrot into the witness stand.
DL6. Remember, don't forget.
Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow. Although, in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Oh, Ashley doesn't like that. Then is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Play that funky music, white boy! So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windibanks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Because it's that funky music, white boy. Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? Hi, me. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
What? Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. What? No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with, some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in the case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. Are you, like, in love with him or something? Why are you trying to protect his dick? The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. What did he say? Oh, police property now. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. I can, and I will, cut your fucking salary. Ah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. Play that funky music. I think you should probably take that shit off. It's beautiful. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. Ah, yes, human music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence, even though that's not how the disc is structured whatsoever, but whatever, man. What the fuck? This is Earth Radio, and here is human music. Most melodious music in one key you've ever heard. Hell yeah. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. I don't think broken music boxes sound like that, my guy. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Hey, rude. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Oh, come on. Wait, is it in my... No, it's not in my... Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? I mean, maybe. It's probably a code of some sort. I don't think it's Morse, though. Because, like, how would you differentiate between the short and the longs? I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, that's me. But how can it be? It's an abomination, Council. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree. There's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, and as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. Why the fuck it sounds so bad? Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? I feel like Van Zeeks does want the truth, it's just that, you know, this bitch doesn't know how to pursue it. He's just like, you do it. Go. Figure it out for me. But I'm still racist. It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. It's some kind of code. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Shit. Look at that, the smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. Is it Morse? I don't think so, because how would you differentiate between the shorts and longs when it's playing one fucking note? You know? I'm on the right lines here, I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno.
Please don't say that.
Objection!
The spaces between them? I mean... But, like, what's to differentiate between a space and a hold? And, like, a long note, right? There's sometimes two blinks quickly. Yeah, but, like... That could be, you know, two dots, or it could be, like, indicative of a dash. Some music notes may sound plucked in short note. I don't know, man. I mean, like, it's probably Morse, and the game just won't, like, acknowledge it. Like, acknowledge the fact that it's not really, what's it called? Like, decipherable as Morse. Because there's the Morse lady in the fucking jury. So it's definitely gotta do something with fucking Morse, but, like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's decipherable, you know? The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. Yeah, got me there. I don't know what the answer is yet.
Bruno? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly.
Is it in the court record now? Can I... Fuck!
And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Like, all of the tongs, like those things, they're not tongs. What the fuck are they called? Prongs? All of the prongs are the same length. A steampunk 10-year-old to the rescue. Hooray. She's got a PhD, by the way. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical.
I know it's code. Is it Morse? I don't know. Wait, hold on. Let me listen. I don't know, man. It seems pretty indecipherable as Morse. How long does it take for one to get a PhD? Could be a couple years, could be the rest of your fucking life. Ah. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? What?
Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one the music box makes.
Yeah, we're gonna say it's Morse. I guess it's Morse then. Yeah, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not, in fact, music at all, then what the devil is it, Council?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one singular answer now, is it? I mean, he is a communications officer, so it probably is Morse, but fuck. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. I'm getting impatient and I want to know. I want to go home and have my tea. Or his wine? I have no idea, but he doesn't drink the wine. Maybe he just likes water. He seems the kind of guy. I mean, not that I'm judging him. Water's great. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Grape juice, my bad. Yeah, grape juice. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. Although, you know, it might be like, oh, wine used to exist, and then, this is a universe where the prohibition succeeded. And now they're... now they're fucking... like, all just drinking grape juice. She started studying at 4 years old. You don't know that. She might have started at like 9 and was just on that hella accelerated course. She seems the type. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. I've connected the dots. I'm real good at it. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box is... Do I have to say the paper? Yeah, the communications, right? You had a friend in university who was 5 years younger than all of you? I mean, yeah, exactly. Iris is on that, like, or was on that accelerated course. That's why she has a PhD at 10. Fuck. You.
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your case.
No, my lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down. Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter. Being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. For money. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please.
Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever's the matter?
You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work, would it happen to be 102.7 Light FM? Deals with the government communications and newspaper reports. It's Morse code after all, yeah, I guess.
Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound?
Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it?
That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code.
But I don't believe it.
Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Bang, bang, bang.
Order, order, please, everyone, order. But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Whoever did this is going to fucking die.
Too much neuro vocabulary. What is treason, and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know.
For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yeah, on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGill had perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got in the wrong hands. I mean, like, but where's the proof that it's him, though? You know? Like, why would he do that if there's no proof that it links to him, right? I mean, unless it mentions his fucking name. Why would it, though? Everyone involved in dealing with that info is fucking dead? Well, Egg Boy's still here. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? He's about to fucking die, though. Capital punishment? That sounds like death to me.
You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! What, just because I get buddy-buddy with all of the higher-ups? You know, go down on them and all? Doesn't mean they're spilling their governmental secrets to me. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Shut the fuck up. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir.
Oh, but I thought you were on my side.
The prosecution demands that the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Shit. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most flagitious flagitious? I don't know. That being a most flagitious offense, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. It's one or the other, bitch. Or maybe both. So then let us Huh? When did you guys get up here again?
You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say.
My two favorite dimwits are back. It's Dumb and Dumber. I beg your pardon, who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie.
Name's Ringo Skulkin,
but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
Peace and love and all.
That's right, we're what they call. Boom. There's 3 Skulkin brothers.
Bad timing, fellas, very bad timing. I'm not having it. Why are you here? A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man.
Look, all we done is break into the gaffin the other night like what we was told to do. Like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Who told you? This is supposed to be his testimony. Why are you here? Can you two shut the fuck up, please? Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
One Mister'll do, Governor. What's up?
Do I take it you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here?
Oh, yeah. Suppose we did. We did, Gov, we did.
The box. I can't, man. Quieten down, please. What did you say? What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? Flagitious? Oh, flagitious? I guess? Flagitious. What the fuck does it mean, though? I have no idea what these two ruffians are trying to...
You little rag, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job.
And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh?
Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Oh. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Fucking finally, bro. God damn. I've been wanting to look at this shit. A criminal villainous of a person. Oh. Hold on. See how from a gilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited, see how the from a gilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windibanks. It couldn't be a more perfect fit.
So there's no question then. The disc was designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet.
Yeah, that's exactly why I wanted to fucking look at it. Oh. Hello. Hi there. Oh!
What is it, Bruno?
I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Oh, you're right! Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Alright then, here goes. Oh shit!
Look at that. There's another movement on the underside.
So does that mean you can set another disc to play on this, to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so. It looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked?
So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Well, like, how would you know where to start? Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box?
This movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length.
So this movement also only produces a single tone, like the other one?
Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard.
Oh. Interesting. Maybe this is our Morse code. But, like, is there a separate disc, or do you just put the same disc again? That suggests there's a music disc yet to be discovered. Yeah. What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. See, that makes more sense if that's Morse. If there's two tones, because it's like, oh, one tone can be the dots and one tone can be the dashes. You know? But where's the other fucking music disc?
Hold it!
So this is, so is this newspaper headline accurate? You know, it just occurred to me that, Sholmes ordered one of every single kind of music box ever. Oof. He's gonna have to fucking pawn away his Stradivarius again, bro. So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff and the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no, stop. I must say something, stop.
Let me guess. Have a hypothesis. We already have it. It's the Mr. Sholmes duplicate. But, like, Mr. Sholmes' duplicate is, like, entirely the same, though. It's the same exact disc. Juror number 5.
We regular communication officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon's team is the team leader.
That's fascinating. So what you're saying is that you slept your way to the top, huh? Ashley?
Graydon is a highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in the presence of an idol, stop.
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon? Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent in cipher. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop.
She's fucking outing him, bro.
Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with the ministry and technicians in the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring there are no errors in the important international communications. And he's received the top prize in the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now.
Ooh, get fucked. You got fucked by your own hobby, loser. The MVP? Oh, that's fascinating. God, woman, shut the fuck up.
Graydon is a high-skill operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Well, your idol will appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Even though she just proved everything you said wrong, where's his fucking perjury charge, huh? Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code.
Hold it!
How do you know?
They're not?
To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to the music box even for a few seconds. Oh, of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. Looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha ha ha.
I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, the A. This is B.
I actually knew those. I can spell Baba. Your phone betrayed you into low battery? Alright, have a nice one. Go charge your phone.
But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
Well, there is room for two. If you know what I mean. But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. Morse code's rhythm changes every single time, Renosuke. What do you fucking mean? But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
No, fuck.
Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting up aspersions in the future. Changing to your PC is faster than reloading your phone. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Can I try now? I don't have a second disc, though. Not on me. Fuck, I'll try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental to the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
The second disc is the one in your heart. If I could rip it out, metaphor style, and put that in the fucking music disc box, then sure. But, unfortunately, my heart is kind of stuck in my chest, and I do need that to live. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friends, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You'd better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? You don't know the devil's way of surviving losing your heart? No. Unfortunately. I've just noticed, we saw this! Let me skip the dialogue!
Look at that! There's another movement! Holy shit!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box.
What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box can be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. As a soulless ginger, I'm shocked.
This is beyond a joke.
I'm sorry? I'm not joking, sir.
This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. I'm sure the rest of this testimony is going to give me that second disc somehow. I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear. Looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Zeke's feels less like an enemy and more like an opponent in this case for some reason. Can't articulate why. Yeah, because it seems like he's not, like, fully backing this guy, you know? Because usually he's on the side of the witness that is very clearly the killer. You know? But in this case, it does seem like he's actually going for the truth. It's kind of like Case 3 Edgeworth in the first game, you know? Like, that one moment where Edgeworth, like, insists on having the fucking D. Vasquez, like, continue to testify, because he's not in it just to win. He also just wants the truth, you know? Some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway. I have no relation to the man. So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember very little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information?
How indeed? I have no idea.
There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. In order to make it look like, in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal.
Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. Do you, though? He did the fucking skulkin' pose, bro. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Maybe he, like, hired the brickmaker to do it for him? If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony. Hello, Nash.
Look, all we done is break into the gaffer the other night like what he told us to do.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah. Who else, say? Silly me that thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash?
Oh, Ash, Nash, and Ringo? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skullkid. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Is old China a friend? Ringo's kind of cute. Look at him, he's so happy.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Aye?
Nope, other one. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. Oh, days of peace and love. You used to have a right old laugh together way back then. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now and his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. That's so. But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads.
God blimey, ain't that the truth?
Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? Milverton? Milverton? I'm sorry, Milverton? Wait, is that his fucking name? Milverton?
That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Where reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Also calling us fruit. That's right homophobic, isn't it?
Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Peace and love all around. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? No, I think that's relevant, though. I don't know, could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Yeah. My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Ha! Say no more.
Oh, skulkin's never skulkin'. Oh, I finally get it. They're skulkin'.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run.
Go, them were the days.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of milk business? Yeah.
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. You stole their milk and then delivered it to them, didn't you? I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model, I guess? So how did your little business work exactly?
Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside your front door, he would leave you them full again, right?
So we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. We just stole the milk. Right.
Nah, what we had going on was simple once you had the idea. We just switch them over, see? Our customers' empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books.
Oh. Oof.
A doddle, right?
So you stole people that were paying, like, twice the price as milk. They got empty milk. And then you gave it to the people who were paying you half price. Amazing. I think you meant to say a diddle. And that's a crime. Infinite money glitch.
It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all. And a little bit of larceny, but who cares?
Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. In fact, it costs the dairy farm quite an arm and a leg. Well, it was him what came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? You do have milk as your like milk does kind of suit your fucking aesthetic, man. Yeah, Ash always had his head in a book when we was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself an education and get out of that slum we lived in.
Cool, we all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head to even think about it. Imagine getting educated. But look at him now, he's only gone and become a blinking communication officer, ain't he?
A communications officer, Mr. Skulkin.
Sholmes and Wilson's milk run.
No, Iris, don't even think about it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? Negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windibanks.
From rags to riches, from riches to stitches.
But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGill did.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Honestly, the synchronization is peak. Oh, shit. All this British dialect is hurting your German brain. My apologies. The British is hurting my voice too. I'm but a simple American.
Bah.
Okay, here we go.
Hold it!
We gotta press again because there was another option about the name. I bet that'll be relevant. It turns out his name is Evil McEvilton. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved.
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from?
All right. I thought clever clogs like you'd have worked that one out. That's...
Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? However, I'm not fucking cross-examining you right now, bitch. I'm asking them about their shit. Fuck off. Tell me, why is it that why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well...
It weren't the happiest homes that one came from.
Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him.
She took the name Graydon, then see. But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton? So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Oh, fuck. Oh, Van Zeeks, you're pulling through, huh? It only took you the entire fucking game. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That's somehow even worse. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Milverton. I can't believe... I get, like, is he not the third Skulkin brother? Like, he's friends with them, but, like, does he count? All of a sudden, we seem to be up at our, oh, yeah, I already read this. Oh. There it is. There it is. The inspectors the third, how he reacted when they appeared and did the pose. Yeah, no, like they tried to imply. They tried to imply that he is the third one. They called him Sulky Skulkin, but he's like, I don't want to like. He's like, I don't want to like associate with these criminals. Like, cause I don't think he's actually related to them. I think they just want him to be. There it is, though. The victim of that case in the omnibus was Mason Milverton. Okay, thank you, Susato. You've no relation to the man? That's Cap. And here's the proof, bitch.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Another lie in court. Because perjury doesn't exist. Unless it's for people that I care about, I guess. Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. I hate my deadbeat father. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. Your Honor, the witness is capping? Not very Sigma. That's not skibbity of you. That's so Ohio of you. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive?
Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Your father?
I don't.
As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records.
Ugh.
The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information by sleeping your way to the top. And selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. And you got your dad killed, bitch. How do you feel about it? The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information. And presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. How do you feel about your father being dead, bitch? Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of this situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized up by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
Aye?
We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. Oh my god, stereoscopic!
No way!
The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box, and didn't even bother putting it back in its fucking place. What an idiot. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Oh shit, bitch! Get fucked, bitch! Well, Mr. Graydon, or should I say, Mr. Ashley Milverton? What a fucking lame-ass name. Do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Too bad, bitch. Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't even notice. Whoops. Is this game only one trial? I mean, so far, honestly, the cases that have had trials, which isn't actually all of them. I think the second case had no trial whatsoever. Yeah, I think it's all one trial so far. Like, it's all, like, you know, spend your time investigating, and then it's all done in one big trial, instead of, like, holding it over the course of several trials. Or several, like, days, rather. Ugh! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime at Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And, you know, the surgeon just fucking left shards of glass in there, I guess. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it?
He's got you now, me old China.
Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Peace and love. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. I mean, they're your friends. Don't be rude. Fine. I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. You're gonna bleed more, loser. You're gonna bleed out on the fucking stand. He spent too much time being a rich boy, he forgot his roots. I can't wait until he starts breaking out the fucking, like, back slum, like, lingo. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. It's not gonna go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Yeah, show hard evidence. Like, you know, shove it in his face and make him choke on it. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. Make me choke. Just, like, TW, just for context, that is an actual line. That's an actual line in the game. You know, shove the evidence in his face and make him choke on it. Like, And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Yeah, really. This main character, his boyfriend says it. In the first case. The first fucking case.
Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder.
Goodness!
That's right, Mr. Graydon. Or should I say, Mr. Milverton. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you!
Hold it!
Hold it!
I think you're bleeding out, my guy. You're like shaking.
You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here.
What's that supposed to mean? He sounds like he's about to, like, unleash all of his devil energy.
It turns out I was the Demon Lord all along! Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. I'm not going back to the poorhouse. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility?
What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility?
The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
She's 17, man. Chill out. What?
Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
You what?
Bruh.
Bruh. Why would we believe you, though? Like I had you on the ropes, and then you said, "Nuh-uh, you?" Come on, man.
Sorry, I was just drinking soup. Order! 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 Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Graydon.
Yes?
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. A perjury moment.
If it is shown that your claim is false,
you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
now I understand fully. I'm willing to bet it all, bitch. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment of the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Okay, what the fuck is this?
Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
When's he gonna, like, pull out the fucking, like, Cockney slang, man? The moment of the shooting.
While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl.
Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
What?
Good gracious! This is quite extraordinary testimony. Thank you, I just made it up now. He's a fool. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger.
Three inconsistencies? Jesus. You sometimes miss Von Karma. Which one? Like the really loud, gross one, or the one with the whip?
Order! 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 It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation.
Yeah, because telling the truth in the first place was an act of self-preservation, right? Or not telling the truth, rather. Bruh. Like, why does he look like he really wants to be in JoJo? The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that.
Greg, why are you, like, sulky, my guy. Like, Gregsy, my man. Why are you, like, kissing ass so hard to this guy?
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
You say the blood splattered over the, wrong fucking voice!
You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
If it wasn't his fault Holmes got shot, I'm sure they would be good buddies. I mean, maybe actually, yeah. He's cunning. I feel like he'd be a good Moriarty to his chums. Or like, what would he be called here? Like Joriarty? Mames Joriarty? Where does the grape juice come from? He just has it.
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord.
What?
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood.
What, luminol?
So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. And I do all of the actual chemistry and stuff, so... What, are you saying that my PhD means fucking nothing to you? How dare you?
She pulls out her gun, shoots him in the head. If Rio gets a sword, Zetsu knows wine. That's true. Yeah, but Van Zieks also has his legs, and those are like killing machines, for sure.
Ideas are of no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand.
And this courtroom drives me crazy.
In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission.
Germany mentioned.
We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Why not? Because there's blood all over her coat.
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat.
Well, yeah, but that's the blood from McGilded. Fuck.
If they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, help. You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Multiple little girls have wielded weapons at this point. By multiple, you mean 2. I mean, I don't know if I would consider Gina's smoke grenade a weapon. Iris's is technically also not a gun. Although I'm sure she could change that if she wanted to. Susato, though. Susato, however, can take a man down with her hands alone. So I count her as a weapon. Like, her entire being.
Don't move, Ginny, I'm going to shoot!
Oops, it's purple. That's not Mr. Windibank's blood. The stain's from 2 months ago, but German science isn't gonna fucking know that. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. Yeah, I mean, as would be fucking evident. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Only the prosecution is allowed to object to things. Like, other than statements in the testimony. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once. God damn it. But it's not her coat, and there's also no blood on the front of her fucking jacket. Ugh! With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Shit. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination! Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. And then they put a fucking timer up. You have to figure it out in, like, 20 minutes. Or she's fucking dead. In real time. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker... Oh, wait. Okay, this is a new testimony. Hold on.
Hold it!
Hold on, I'm gonna drink some soup. Okay. Giving us an actual in-game timer would rock, actually. I'd be so fucking anxious, but it'd be sick. Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all my life. Solve this case before I explode you with this bomb.
Yeah, I remember fucking Ted Tonate. Yeah, we were just regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean to say when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. Goddamn, I wanna see that, bro.
So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper.
The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you.
Sorry, Gov.
Felt a sharp pain in my arm. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. It was exactly at that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshots. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. Bozo. Just say you got shot in the arm. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. It's because you keep fucking moving like that, bro! Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way.
And then he scarpered through that door out back. It's just Von Karma again. He did get shot in the arm. That's true. There is no elevator, though, because they don't exist yet. At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Hold it!
Sorry, Soup. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about his peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it, about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about you, and what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov.
Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. One of them's simply too short to use it anyway. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant! Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then what did you see next? The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. In the fucking storeroom? Where?
Hold it!
Bitch, where? Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Oh, but no. It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. You proved the existence of this one. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
Objection, she's 17, that's illegal. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, Council. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. Because it's not fucking true. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Oh my god. All over that wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the people I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Shit, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure, but it ain't his.
But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGill stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying! If only they'd accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Oh, bother!
Oh, bother. And then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door. To where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated. And then, the girl dropped the gun through the peephole on the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? Yeah, for real. I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. Why the fuck would she do that, bro? I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. He has the third gun? Yeah, he does. Like, he has it, but he is saying that he didn't bring it there. He says that Gina brought it there, and he just took it when she chucked it out the fucking peephole for whatever reason. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Fingerprints? They don't got that yet. Did I mention this game takes place in the 1800s? Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up?
We made a bit of mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistling Flute here told us to tidy up.
He thinks he's a bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? Why would he say that?
You little toe rag!
What the fuck is happening? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? What's happening here? Let him go! That's your brother! Sulky, that's your brother! What's happening? Gentlemen! What's happening? Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he?
What was going on just now? Fingerprint been part of European science since the 17th century. Well, this is the 17th century, so it's probably before that. Oh, wait. 17th century would be like 1600s, right? No, we don't got that, sorry.
You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when you got down to the station?
And why didn't you?
Because we didn't know nothing about it. With that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that.
Shake that skulkin'. Shake that skulkin'.
I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey, I see the way he's looking at me. I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. It's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Well, that's because it's you, Iris. You control his paycheck, so... Yeah, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
What's your fucking deal, Greg? My lord! Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. No! Oh, shit! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. Yeah, they have their fucking results, bro. Hold on just a second. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Time's up. Bomb explode. The blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Honestly, it wasn't going that well for me anyway.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of a spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report.
Talk about fucking biased. It was a stabbing wound, actually. Goodness me. Where did they go? Holy shit, he's a ballerina. See, what did I tell you?
Objection!
Nuh-uh. That's not his blood, it's another guy. No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, Miss Gilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Yeah, but, you know, I didn't know shit. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was...
I call it a bully disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. Can't be done.
That's your only... Okay. Only measure for anything? But... This prosecutor needs a stress toy. The thousands of broken glasses under his counter are his stress toys. We use Mr. Sholmes...
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Honestly, I think he's a better chemist than he is a detective.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out piroshki to a starving boy, and he ran away crying.
What does that have to do with anything, my man?
Oh. I feel kind of bad for this revolutionary. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. That's very important. That he held out a piroshki to a boy and he ran away crying. For sure. That's definitely the Chekhov's gun for the end of this game. Because this is only the end of the first half of this game. That's gonna come up in the final trial of part 2 of this game.
How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
Fuck.
My lord... My lord?
Oh, my lord! Been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please.
Shit, don't no, not again. I don't want to do a fucking summation examination again! Bruh!
Mr. Foreman?
As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now!
Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty. The head slam is always so fucking funny. Fuck! Not again! Third time's a charm. Yay! Hopefully this time it sticks!
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. It's not the right voice.
Here's to any attempts you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful.
Wonder how we'll troll the jury this time. I don't believe it after I've come so far. How's it all unraveling on me so fast? Oshieteyo. Oshieteyo. Shot in the dark.
How very distressing. To be held in such low esteem.
Oh. Never mind. Wait, what? Wait, what?
How very distressing to be held in such low esteem, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
This bailiff is the most fucking, like, philosophical bitch on the planet, and he doesn't even have eyes. That's crazy.
I know that voice. Wait, what? Am I? Oh, fuck. Wait, let me reread it. I know who it is.
How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
Am I going mad? Ah! What the fuck? How? Mr. Sholmes? What are you fucking doing here? You got shot! What the fuck?
What is the meaning of this?
Look at his fruity ass, dude.
Order, order, order!
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in a hospital. And it was much quieter here in the courtroom without you. Why is he here?
As well I would be had I not been set upon an errand.
What errand?
Holy, it's really you! You're awake at last!
Oh yeah, he was in a coma. That's crazy.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. They did pump me with, 10 times the normal amount of anesthesia. Because they kinda haven't figured that shit out yet. Now, my lord, if you will humor me.
In what manner, sir?
I have something of great importance I wish to give the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks?
Fucking fine. Only because he's hot. This trial has taken many hours the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly, having spent so long already. We don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Hey!
Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes.
Oh shit, baby. Hi, did you just bring your entire change of clothes? Were you wearing that under everything?
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, you alright now? All right, I'm all wrong. Sorry.
I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive should I pass out. I may die in your arms.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Holy, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. He's still posing. Of course he is. He just got out of a coma. He needs to work his posing muscles. Right. Modesty? Surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
Oh, a bento? Thanks. What's that? A lavender froshki wrapping?
A leaving present from Mrs. Otto.
From Mrs. Otto?
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mrs. Otto foresaw today's events, I believe.
The entire thing? All of it? What do you mean? The whole thing? This is a new track. Oh, shit. Oh, my model died. Why'd no one tell me? Oh, shit. Fuck. Why are we autoplaying? Don't fucking autoplay. I'm trying to fix my fucking stream. Model died. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. Okay. What the fuck did he say?
She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are won't do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel.
Okay, so I guess Susato does sort of come to the rescue at the last second. She's probably gone already, though.
Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this? Where did she fuck off? She's going back to Japan because her dad's dying. That's the fucking cat flap thing.
Oh! It's the machine I made!
Ah.
Meow. Meow. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that? How is this relevant?
I call it the cat flapper mat.
Wait, the fucking quote-unquote peephole was actually a fucking cat flap? Wait, when was it made? Wait, what? Hold on. Hold the fuck on! Look. Prior to the shooting, there's nothing. After the shooting, there's a fucking flap.
What do you mean? What do you fucking mean? Bro. Wait. What does that mean, though?
Who made it? We had that machine. Galaxy brain move. We had that machine, though. Like, what does that imply? I don't understand.
It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
No! Why would she think that? No, that's so mean.
What? Didn't she say something like that?
You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering.
Man, Susato voice I haven't used in a while.
But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Why? But why though?
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? I have no fucking idea! Figure out your own shit, dude! That night when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose.
What? She used it? What? Wait.
Oh my god, wait. To like look inside because it was locked? Huh. Cause like I was dealing... Like Rinosuke was fucking dealing with the robbers, right? With the Skulkins. And Sholmes was like dying on the fucking ground. I guess Susato needed to like look inside, so she opened a fucking flap. Oh! Which means that Gina couldn't have fucking like just dropped the gun out of the fucking like peephole because the peephole didn't fucking exist yet. Oh shit. Oh fuck! I figured it all out. It's all over for you, fucking egg boy. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not all cryptic then. Now I just have to have, you know, Rinosuke catch up. Susato-san used the cat flapomat that night, but why? The cat flapomat has been entered into the court record. That's good. Yeah. She really should have just told me that before she left, though. Ah! Your 5 minutes. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. Mr. Reaper. No need to call me Mr. Reaper. Mr. Reaper was my father. I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? Because I gave him a quite literal smoking gun now. He's going to shoot you, Van Zeeks, Mr. Reaper. The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? Wait, is it in my inventory? It is. Whoa. Oh shit. Holy shit. God damn. Whew, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
Jesus Christ. Sholmes, please go sit down. He's gonna pass out at the witness stand, bro. Maybe die. And what are the two parts at the top there?
Oh, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out.
Right. Of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors.
Sounds so charming and friendly when you say that, what it's for, but... feels like the reality of the cat flapomat is that it's a grim weapon for door destruction.
Oh, he's so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him. Even developing deadly weapons.
Oh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, for sure. For sure, Iris. Yeah. The rest is down to me. Well, I have one brain cell that's figured it out. But, you know, I kinda gotta catch up the rest of them. She sounds like your girlfriend? Is your girlfriend 10 years old? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. Never have I been so scared of a 10-year-old. My lord, the defense requests some time to think. No, not the summation examination. I think we need further cross-examination. Sounds like her, not look like her. Is she British? Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. It's not new. We'd pause the old one.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with an existing witness. What? Haha! It would appear that the rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Here we fucking go!
So nobody can say anything about, nobody can say anything then? If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon...
The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! He looks so pained for someone that hasn't been touched physically at all. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. Single chance to present evidence? If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. Okay. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. That's all we've got anyway. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I passed the fuck out. I fell in a dead faint. Goodbye. I leave this in your capable hands. Why does he have to faint like that? Why does he faint like that? Mr. Sholmes! I want to be as cool as him. He's dead. There's a scalpel in his body. I need to fucking reiterate this. The surgeon left a fucking scalpel in his body and presumably also glass shards. It is a miracle that he ever stood up. To stand so God, I hate words. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. Yes. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Jesus. Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. One piece is all it takes. To fall in love with me. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. You know, other than him falling down. Or Iris. Bap. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well, then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
Here we fucking go, here we fucking go. Oh shit. What? What is this? Oh shit. Local theater boys dance around in spite of grave injuries. Accurate to real theater. What is this fucking tune? Oh my god. Oh, it's in 7/8. That's crazy. There's two of them that mention the peephole, but like this is the one that would be like, cause like I don't know if there's an actual like hole to look through in the door, probably not, but like even if there is, she wouldn't be able to like toss a gun out of it. This one explicitly mentions that like it's big enough to like toss the gun out of, you know? I'm gonna save, cause I might instantly die if I fuck this up. Really has that do or die feeling? Yeah. Alright, it's cat flap time. Bing, bada, boom.
Objection.
Woo! What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council?
Oh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door.
I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
A sane court would demand a demonstration. Yeah. My lord, would you mind if I demonstrated on your podium up there? Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what? That's tampering with the crime scene. Bring her back here. We're going to arrest her too.
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see the inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much as my testimony.
It didn't exist yet, though. Bitch.
How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Yes, how could you?
What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Stop speaking in riddles. I'm old. Please.
Alright, it's time Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the people in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! You're gonna fuck up your arm, my bro.
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Again, I should not be able to prosecute this case considering I was directly involved in the incident, but like... Or not prosecute, but like defend this case. But like, I guess they haven't established that law yet, you know? Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. Because he mentioned the people twice, so he's like, I looked through the people, and also she dropped the gun through the people, but the people didn't exist. Soylent Green is made of peephole. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Ugh. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ugh. Order! 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 Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
No. I don't want to lose. None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that that plaything can cut through solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can even cut through the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What? It's learned? Listen, Van Zeeks doesn't know that.
Waggy, cooey, time for dinner.
What the fuck, in the courtroom? That's vandalism.
Meow. Well?
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. Nuh-uh. I have fucking receipts, brother.
No, but it's easy.
What?
The cut flaps my cut flapper mat creates are all fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Winterbanks are an exact match.
Ugh.
Oh, Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep saying learned because it's like continuity at this point, you know? I know it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. Fuck you mean? I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Ah! What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. Hell, we got fucking pics, bitch! And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? That's crazy, but I have proof though. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Bruno. It's easy. Come on. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Winterbank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. I got 2 pictures if you want. But, here you go.
Take that!
What are you... A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is in the pudding! No, it's this photographic print, counsel. Yeah, get fucked, egg boy. Get boiled. This picture shows a scene of the in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Oh. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed a crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. Oh. In other words, your testimony is perjury. It's a catalog of lies, but you're not gonna get charged with perjury, I guess, because that doesn't happen unless it's my person. Okay, ballerina, the fuck? Order, order, order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. Is he dead? This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. Fallacious what? That's not the only thing we know now beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. Okay. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Okay, but he took the gun. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please, no! How long does this shit go on? I don't believe this shit. But they're right, as it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. I don't get it, though. One lie begets another. I don't... Huh? There's more? Mr. Graydon. Not only did you give your false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something that you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What did he say? What's he not supposed to know? What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? How does he know of a third gun? I mean, presumably he was told that when he was subpoenaed. Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon has knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely... the bloodstains. The bloodstains because her fucking coat is black! The fucking coat is black! He wouldn't have seen her in court with the bloodstains because they don't show on the fucking bloodstains. They would only be, like, visible if they're fresh, right? Yeah. Boom. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. Your idea was also part of the options, that's true, but I do think that he would have just been told when he was, like, subpoenaed. Like, and we've discussed it, like, thoroughly the entire time, you know? How could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... shit. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, I guess it could have been both. Wait. Has the cat got your tongue, witness? Were they all right? Maybe because they were all tied to the peephole? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course, the place is chock full of pawned articles and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we could get through it all.
Yeah, and they straight up did not report shit because they didn't want to deal with it on their shift. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet,
the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you.
Permission denied. Oof.
Oh.
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. If you don't, your salary is in the negatives. You will owe us money.
Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon. Like, why is Gregson so, like... Why is he brown-nosing him so much, man? You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Ugh.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you've just you just uttered that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Oh shit! Did Gregsy fucking tell him, bro? Nah. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Grayson claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. Oh, fuck, Gregsy, what are you doing, my man? Like, my man, what are you doing? And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who's that person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Gregsy, what are you doing, man? Is he that hot?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
Gregsy, no! You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be requested to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. Peephole is starting to sound filthy. Like, the more they say it. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information?
Yeah.
So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin?
Exactly. Gregsy, what are you doing, man? Like, why? And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that?
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the Prone Brokery.
Which means... The first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Actually, we saw them having just what the fuck are you talking about, Venzeeks? We saw them, like, gossiping, facing away from the fucking jury. Are you fucking stupid? They were oh my god. I don't want to yell. I'm sorry. Why am...
Oh, I've just remembered something, Bruno. They literally fucking were.
What is it, Iris? Is it the obvious?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yeah, now you mention it. Van Zeek's that's kinda gay. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. And don't yell at Van Zeeks, I'm sorry. I thought he could take it. He clearly cannot. He's probably drunk. He doesn't drink the fucking wine, though! And also, it's not wine, it's grape juice. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making this all up! Toe rag? Ew. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud! Why would I do something like that? I don't want Gregsy to be bad. I thought he was a good guy. No! Fuck. Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. Oh, what deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Info about the communications leak, maybe? Is that the bigger case that they're supposed to be investigating? I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Will I...
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. Okay, rude, first of all. I don't do that. I don't do that. Except when I do. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent of the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. What is it? If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Bruno, do you think it could be...
Yeah. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. The other music discs? The other music disc, maybe? I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? I don't know if it's, like... Fuck. I don't know if it's info about the communications leak or if it's the other disc. Like, I don't fucking know! Fuck. What did they say? Did it, like... Article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. I don't know. I'm gonna say the disc. Fuck.
Take that!
Oh, thank fuck! Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Pick and pray. Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article? Oh, they both would have fucking worked, bro. The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! Order! Settle the fuck down, people. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is in McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, it's mine.
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. A classic fucking rich guy maneuver. Ah, shit. My orders were... recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. QT? You're a cutie, Gregson. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? I did not expect Gregson to be a fucking traitor, man. What the hell? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No! Ah!
Objection!
What now, Van Zeeks? Dude, let me wrap up. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could he possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? Yeah, you wouldn't fucking just give up all that info for a promise to get the disc. You would need it, like, in your hand. As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then you mean to say... Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? It's under his hat? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
Yes. The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could have only struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector... Give it up, Gregsy.
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, and I'll happily submit to a body search. Fuck. What? He's gonna agree to it?
Shoot.
Oh, wait. Oh my god, wait. He put it on fucking Nash, because he was like throttling him. He like planted it on him. Oh my god. That's entrapment, by the way. That's fucking entrapment, Gregsy. You're going to jail. Or probably not. Honestly, when policemen do that, they just kind of get fired and then they get sent to work at some other fucking, county or whatever. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of another of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end. Jail for 10,000 years! And my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious? Kinda rude.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
I mean, Van Zeeks was also saying this shit. Why doesn't he get punished?
You're just threatening Runo because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. Fine. It's true. Can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. It's on Nash. It's on Nash. And they fucked off from the witness stand for some reason.
Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
No, search someone else. It's on fucking Nash. Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted.
Well...
Don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Oh, they're back. When did they come back? Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide. Wait, I didn't choose the wrong dialogue option, did I?
Very well, then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's...
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. Why slap? Why slap? What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. Nuh-uh. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? Don't call me that. Iris, lower his pay. He's nervy. The court shouldn't have put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Nuh-uh. I'm completely rational. Be quiet, all of... Who? Huh? Huh? You? Huh?
Oh, be quiet, all of you! Runo's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith.
God, imagine an entire courtroom shutting up because of a 10-year-old yelling at them.
Because that's the British way.
Is it? I thought the British way was just stealing shit. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. The one person that got throttled. That got throttled by Gregsy. My man Nash. It's been planted on you. You might not even know, my man.
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Blimey! Me? Him? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Please, my lord.
Inspector?
Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
Objection!
Bruh. Chill. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. We are the, counsels. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. Fucking got him.
But Lord Van Zeeks, I thought you were on my side.
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Ah!
Bailiff, carry out the search.
Now, old Dynamo, I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out.
Bad touch.
Ah!
Oh, here, my lord. In the witness's pocket.
I found this.
There it is. Disc number 2, baby. Good lord, that's another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilden. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Ah!
Order, order, order! Mr. Skulkin, what do you have to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
The camera spin, it was good, yeah. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? Yeah, Gregson throttling Nash was not, not just an outcry of violence. It was just, entrapment. He was planting evidence on him. The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Does he write down notes? Because, like, there's always those, like, paper animations that, like, both Phoenix and Renosuke have, right? But, like, do they write notes down? Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the Pawn Brokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. Poor Nash, bro. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he didn't know. I thought my noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did.
The assistants do? Yeah, Iris has immaculate handwriting.
I was wishing I'd been born as me brother I was.
And what exactly happened to make that detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that, and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down at the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear, all he did. Me head's still throbbing now.
Entrapment. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it!
You.
But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then decide to hide it in another man's pocket? Exactly for this scenario. This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. Because he doesn't want the fucking confidential secrets leaking out, I guess. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
My orders were... recover the medium used to convey the secret leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush.
Who's telling you this shit, though? I bet it's Strongheart. He has such villain vibes. Hush, hush, a top secret assignment, is it? Who are you, MI6? The fuck? I don't think that even exists yet. As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. It's 5 a.m. for you. My condolences. Go to bed! Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry.
How long will this trial keep going? I have no idea. Presumably we're at the end, but there's probably like an epilogue of this. Yeah, rest your face.
I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So realizing there was a chance you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you'd acquired from the witness. Oh, does this mean? He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense? Your Honor, is it time for memes? Not yet. We gotta deal with murder. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Dude, you're gonna open your wound. Admit to it, yours truly, please. Dude, let it go. Mr. Graydon, clearly your Eastern visitor has uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
Because we don't have cameras. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain.
What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit.
You're so annoying.
Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. But he's ugly, and probably poor. The gay showdown continues. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. Bit of a storyteller, are you? I have no idea what any of this is about.
What? That's crazy. Can we fucking move on? Bro, just accept that you fucking lost. Oh, it's gonna be 7 hours again.
Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
Okay, but there's a 17-year-old in the fucking defendant's stand. Is that justice? That's fucking justice to you? Gregson, that's fucking justice to you? She's an orphan. She's an orphan who's had to resort to fucking pickpocketing to survive. That's justice to you? Jesus Christ, dude.
This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial.
You must have never played Ace Attorney then, dude.
Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings.
Justice better be my boot up his ass.
Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Bruh.
I don't fucking care. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Bruh.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop currently in presence of idol. Stop.
God damn it. Juror number 5. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this I cannot say. Bruh. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are fucking paid! Paid jurors, bro! They're gonna believe Gregson if they declare their decision now.
Is Ginny going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Either some proof that Mr. Graydon killed Mr. Windebank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
Fuck. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. What the fuck else? What the fuck else? There's fucking nothing! There's fucking nothing! There's fucking nothing! I don't have anything left. I used all my evidence. Fuck me, dude. With the fucking manuscript, that's not gonna do anything.
So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
What evidence? I don't have anything. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? First save, yeah. Fuck. I don't have anything left.
shit!
Pick and pray. Hold on. I really thought I had it done with the fucking cat flap shit, bro. God damn it. Fuck. What the fuck else? I don't have anything. I've used all of this. Fuck. Might as well just say fuck it, we ball. We die. Like, Gina dies. Gina gets fucking executed. Slow down, I've got this. Do I actually have it? I don't think I fucking do. Be funny for content? None of the options are even funny. Did we already bring up the photos? Yeah, we already brought up the photos. Fuck me, dude. I don't imagine there's fucking anything. Yeah, I already... This is my armband. I got it from my boyfriend. Because he's doing something else right now. The music box for Inspector Gregson, but like... But like... What would that achieve? Is my question. You know, we can play both, I guess. Yeah, because I don't think I have anything else on Graydon. Fuck, that's my only fucking lead, I guess. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
Hey? What's that then?
If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Well, go on.
It's my last chance. Looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Grayson. I would present the second fucking music disc if I had it, but... Close enough.
Take that!
Oh, fuck. Thank God. Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box, Counsel? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Hell yeah, thank you. Only this time... With the second disc we've just discovered, it's set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Counsel?
No, wait! I can't let you do that!
Lucky. Why not?
Because it's got nothing to do with the case, that's why!
Very much not true. Not true, Inspector. It's literally the entire fucking case.
Hey?
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here! If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason!
It's in Morse code, dude. Unless there's like, you know, military communications officers. Actually, there is a military juror. Don't worry about it. Then do admit the charge. That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness. Still streaming? Yeah, because this case won't fucking end! He's right, though. The court has no direct written orders pertaining to that disc. To that disc, not necessarily, but, like, the disc is part of the music box. So... I mean, we've already established the connection to the McGilded case, so technically anything related to that, you know?
You're mad! If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection!
Nuh-uh. You know who's making an enemy out of the British government? You, bitch. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Oh shit! Ryunosuke! What happened to the fucking wimp that we had in fucking case 1? Holy shit. He's so cool. He's a cool guy now.
Don't you dare!
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I'm making an enemy of. And while Van Zeek sits back and watches. He's just here for the tea, honestly. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Oh shit, he brought the boat down! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm not Scotland Yard puppet.
Ugh.
In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast. Oh shit, not to me for once! Oh shit! To uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. Oh my god! Okay! I see you, Van Zeeks.
No!
The leg! He brought the leggy out. Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. That's so gay. Therefore, in acceptance with the defense's request, or accordance, the court will now listen to this music box set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Here we fucking go. Get fucked, Gregson. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code.
All right, I admit it, whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up!
Honestly, those discs are not that big. I feel like you would not like... I feel like you couldn't hide that many confidential secrets on there. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Or, as the court would like to know him now, Mr. Ashley Milverton? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? perhaps it's not many secrets, it's one severe secret. How severe a secret can you hide on, like, one disc? Because it takes, like, a solid, like, what, 1.5 seconds for a single letter? That music box disc cannot be that long. Like... one of the jurors is demonstrably literate in Morse. Yeah. The boob size of the queen. I don't think that matters very much anymore. I guess it did then. I did. Stop, what are you doing, man? We made a fucking deal, dude. It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, we were stood here in the stand together. Honestly, I think we could have avoided this entire, like, Gregson thing if Iris was like,
Gregsy! If you don't tell us the truth right now, I'm going to write really mean things about you in the next edition of Rance magazine, okay?
And then he would have, like, folded already because she controls his paycheck. Could be a geography location. Maybe. I guess. That's when he approached me with the oh my god. Holy shit. This has been going... I need to get more water. Hold on. Sorry. I know this is like a climactic moment, but my throat is dying. Okay. Hydrated. That's when he approached me with a deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst. You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge. Not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, the witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. So I was fucked. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself, bitch? Ugh. There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. And also you were, divulging state secrets. Ugh, you. What the fuck? Oh shit. Traitor! Oh fuck. Gregsy, no! He's fucking dead! It's okay, he doesn't have a fucking... Oh, okay, he's just saving him from choking. Bailiff, restrain that man! It's fine, he was choking on a fry. He was just doing Heimlich. It's okay. At once! That's it then. It's all over. I'm gonna be real. So far, like, I don't think the like killer breakdowns are as impressive as they used to be. Like the killer breakdowns have been pretty like mild so far. Maybe it'll be different in the second half of this game. It's all over. Please, no more fake outs. Please, God. Please, it's over, right? It's fucking over, right? This is not gonna be 7 hours again, right? They're not as explosive. Right. Like, there's a second half? Yeah, this is just the end of the first half of the game, man. Yeah, they're not bad. It's just that when you compare it to the guy that was Jesus, but then turned into, like, rocker Jesus, and the guy that, you know, and my favorite fucking breakdown in the series is the, Roger ratings. From, I guess this is spoilers for anyone that hasn't played Spirit of Justice. But, like, Roger ratings in Spirit of Justice, my favorite breakdown in the entire fucking series. Like, they're just so... Like, Spirit of Justice has some of the greatest breakdowns in general, I think. But, they've been pretty fucking mild so far. Definitely expecting him to start using a Cockney accent, yeah. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I sold milk instead. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Oh. Okay. Okay. Who? You met who? Oh. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. He met someone. A sugar daddy, for sure, yeah. You know, the sugar might be like Lucky Charms, though. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. They can have a little something as a treat. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. Not that I ever have. The devil has no hold on me. I hold the devil. By the balls!
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box.
My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child.
Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. Honestly, real unfortunate name, brother.
That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man.
By his what?
But poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. He just kinda got used to being poor. What a fucking loser, am I right? I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually.
I'm sorry, you've got the score, which is... Hold on. I realize he's not a musician, but like if he has the skill to make a music box, I think he would probably notice that every single note is either one or the other. Like there's only two notes comprising of this entire score. Sorry? Huh?
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. We can do this father-son style.
That's how I had to make the two discs.
Willing to suspend my disbelief. Lampshade that shit. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas.
Really bad setup, honestly. Like, you gave him the majority of it for 10 guineas, and then you ask for 1,000 guineas for the second. Just split it half-half, my guy. Just split it half-half. You would have had one transaction that would have been like 500, and even if something went wrong, you still have 500 guineas, and that's like a fuck ton, you know? That's a fuck ton. A music box disc has more than 2 rows of notes. It just turns out the music box reads only 2 rows. Well, no, like like every row is red. It's just that all of the teeth on the music box are like fucking, what's it called? They're tuned to the same note, right? What the problem though is that he said he brought the score, which means that he had the written sheet music of the fucking Morse code. But on the sheet music, it definitely would have just been the same note. It would have been the same exact note. Like, on the sheet music, it would not have changed. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself. When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first complete dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. Yeah, I mean, you gave him 200, like, you were poor, and then you immediately became, like, mega stinking rich, dude. No shit, he would have fucking realized that sus shit was going on. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded, that's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. He probably, objected to the selling of government secrets, probably. Like, maybe McGilded brought it up. And it was like, "Oh, so you're the father, eh? So how do you feel about your son selling his country's secrets for a fuck ton of cash?" I feel a little bad for him. He, murdered a guy. He murdered a guy and then tried to get away with it. And also, covered up the truth of his father's death also. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Oh! Wait. Are you the guy? Oh, shit. Are you the one that set him on fire? Oh, you meant his dad? Yeah. I feel bad for his dad, for sure. He didn't deserve shit. This guy, though. Are you the one that set McGilded on fire? Oh! Wait. Was this all a ploy to just get Gina in trouble because she lied? She lied and got, McGilded set free? Revenge! Sugar daddy messed with the wrong hoe. He arranged the fake trolley? Perhaps. Honestly, real. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all of his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. You just poured that to crush any semblance of justice in his trial. Lovers to enemies. Hell yeah. We love it. Love to see it. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from the start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. This is a line that's never left my fucking mind. Ever since we found out that ever since the moment that the McGilded case went, sus. Strongheart, that fucking bitch. When we landed in fucking, Great Britain, when we landed in London, Strongheart told us this was a case that we can't lose. He was in on it. He was helping McGilded fix this shit. And that's, like, part of why this is starting to get, like, covered up. Because he's also the Ministry of Justice. This guy's a fucking villain! I fucking knew it! God damn it! From the moment I met that bitch, I'm like, you give off such fucking villain vibes. Oh, it's not even a fucking question. Oh my god. And I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I've made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangement 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. My friends. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. We must find out if Strongheart's a fellow gay. Oh, absolutely. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that someone set him on fire? Okay, so he didn't do it himself, but he did hire someone to set him on fire. I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that Monster deserved. I mean, yeah. But sadly, everyone in the AA universe is fucking blind, deaf, liar, except for you, and illogical except fancies. Yeah. How'd he repair his cane? Back up. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Fuck that guy. You know what? Valid. However, you shouldn't bully a child. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything's ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. Oh, I bet it's this fucking bailiff, dude. This bailiff is definitely the killer. Like, the Shelly the killer of this game. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There was some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. They're gonna examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right. An imposter. Sus, if you will, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. You know what? Fair. You don't have your hat. An eye for an eye. And also, you know, I killed an extra guy. That's why I avenged my father's death, and then I killed another guy. Damn, that's crazy. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes. I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. Eye for an eye sounds like a thermonuclear bomb for a supernova. I mean... he killed a guy, and then he killed him. It's, you know, once you simplify it down, it's an eye for an eye, you know? And then he killed another guy for whatever reason. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them.
Oh, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Winterbank's Pawnbrokery.
Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you.
And casualties, I guess?
There's no need to give a name. I'll just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
This is some... this is some fucking... like tax evasion shit, you know? Like, yes, bury your gold in an offshore bank account. I don't know, man. Like, I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in this way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? Oh, you must have grown up poor then. London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like in an extremely secure vault.
I don't know. It seems like just any fucking chainsaw could cut through that door. And none of them have cameras except for the one that you know, chose. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the discs, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted that ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down and a really poorly fucking drawn picture of her. How do you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns. She must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some enquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. Why, like, what if she'd gone immediately, though? Like that, why would you wait until the end? And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you've recovered fast. Well, yeah, because he saved his life. He was choking on a fry.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, and as quietly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then when the inspector took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened to that night what happened in that night on the pawnbrokery I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my swamp? Sorry.
What are you doing in my shop?
Bang.
A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case.
Bang.
Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back.
Feels bad, man. Shouldn't have brought a gun. It's that easy. Gun control.
The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him.
What do you mean? You didn't intend to... You pointed it at him.
But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry tale, but you did kind of I don't see how it's an accident that you shot in his direction. It's kind of fucking stupid, whatever. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night.
Well, at least a rich man is dead. In video games. For legal reasons.
Should get that arm patched up, my man. Like soon, probably.
Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. Well, guess who's the monster now, bitch? What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despise so deeply in McGilded. He's your real daddy now.
Yes, I think I have. He went from sugar daddy to spiritual daddy, I guess. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. It's been like 6 fucking hours. Holy shit. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
He's been restrained, my lord, and has been escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets.
And what of you, Inspector? You were hiding the truth. That's surely a crime. And you, Inspector. Oh, shit. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Oh, unfortunate hairline. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It wasn't that bad when, looking from the front, but holy shit.
Yes, my lord. Of course.
It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. Just because you were told to do it doesn't mean that it's okay. Your sentence is capital punishment, character erasure. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. You will not be returning in the second half of this game.
Aw, man!
Now on to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Oh, yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Garrett of Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now.
I think the maid is like super classist. I think she would still like vote guilty. You will now be demoted to side character. He kind of already was. You are now demoted to faceless NPC.
The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Shut the fuck up, though. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
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 Not guilty. I have mouse. Jesus. Do you think the judge's wig ever catches fire? That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Does that mean I don't get arrested for all the stealing either?
Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it.
Finally's the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. Oh shit, actually. 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not?
Oh, that shit, yeah.
And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
But he's dead. The bloke's dead. I never know nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Gina Lestrade is not guilty, however, she'll have to face several hours of community service, in which she's, expected to talk in a posh accent instead of a Cockney one. She just kills herself.
Oh, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
In turning our attention to the defense, determining that, when played together, the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. Wait, you're proposing a toast that's not, like, bullying? Wow. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Okay. Okay, it's bullying. Very sorry about that, but, had to do it. It's the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, who? Isn't that...
If I may say something on that point, it's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
Wait, what? What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones.
Wait, what? What? Can that really be? Wait, I was, talking about this earlier, but, I thought, once two tones were introduced, it would have at least, sounded, you could have at least interpreted one as a dot and one as a dash, It wasn't Morse code after all? They were using binary, no way! Oh, actually, it might be. Holy shit. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine?
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. Has she not considered that it's ciphered? I think she's saying that it's not like, it's not Morse. Like, that the patterns don't sound like Morse. Like, I think, okay, I think what she's implying is that even if you tried to translate it into Morse code, like, maybe some of the patterns aren't actually, you know, letters or characters. I don't know. Fuck if I know. Oops. This courtroom... Oh, wait. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now the man has admitted to his crimes. We have no need to pursue the matter further. It's really going to bother me. I need to know. It's going to show up in the second game. It's fine. Renosuke, you'll be fine. Iris knows. I mean, she does do robot shit. I mean, steampunk, but like robot shit, you know? Maybe she does know binary. Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, my lord.
That which you have seen today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. You don't say any of that when Suzato's here. She's 16. She's younger than Gina.
Ah, come on. It ain't nothing I don't see most days back in the back slums. There's dead people everywhere there.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina, don't say that in court, please.
Well, look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself.
Wow. Poetic. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. You're still, you know, getting punished for the perjury, though. Is secretly crying in her mind loud? Probably. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. I doubt it. I doubt it. She's probably gonna show up in the second game and get arrested again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Set off the fireworks. Burn this place down again. Let's fucking go. Oh, people in the balcony are fucking dead. Oh, shit. She's murdering people. Oh, fuck. You're under arrest. Only we are, you know, sanctioned to release fireworks in my courtroom. That is all. Court is adjourned. Fucking finally. Oh, I'm having a little tete-a-tete with the Reaper. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese. Okay, you're still racist. You saw through that pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. Okay. Okay, brother. He's asking him out. I'm taken. My boyfriend is still alive. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan. It's not copium, I swear to fucking God. They wouldn't do Mia again. He's gonna come back in the second game, probably in the final trial, and then Ryunosuke will be like, ooh, like, oh, whoa, I'm seeing things. Holy shit, it's Kazuma's ghost. Holy shit. And then Kazuma's like, no, I'm actually here, you dipshit. And then he kisses him. I don't know, man. We're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. We're all gay. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again. Okay, that's a little... Jesus, dude. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Oh. Oh, you're racist because your ex was Japanese. Okay. Okay. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. Oh, okay. So your ex is Japanese. I get it. I get it. I mean, that still doesn't excuse being racist, but like, I get it. I get it now. I understand why. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. I am going to trauma dump about my ex when I get drunk. Listen, I don't actually drink my wine. Grape juice, sorry. I don't actually ever drink my grape juice. But when I do, if I do accidentally ever drink a little bit of it, you will be hearing no end to my trauma dumping about my ex, okay? I am projecting my feelings onto you. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Oh boy. Oh shit. You actually drinking it? It's trauma. It's trauma time. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey and my retirement from the service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Dude. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again in the second half of this game. A rarity! He took a sip! No way! I don't know how long this epilogue is. It could be another hour, for all I fucking know. Because technically, when this was a standalone game, because, like, this game... Like, this... like, Ace Attorney Chronicles was not always Ace Attorney Chronicles. It was, like, The Great Ace Attorney, and then The Great Ace Attorney Resolve. So, yeah. So... Like, this is where it ended. So this epilogue might be long as fuck. Approaching 6-hour mark, yeah? Yeah. It's done! It's over at last, holy shit. But I don't have anyone to celebrate it with. Where's Iris disappeared to? Ah. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name.
I'm not Naruto. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
Yeah, that's the odd part. Who has faith in a fucking, you know, pickpocket? No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly.
That's awful.
I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. With good reason. There's shivs everywhere. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yeah, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Maybe Ryu starts working out and becomes part of the Street Fighter franchise, fighting in the streets and not in the courtroom. Oh no. Like Ryunosuke and his bloodline, they don't fight, but they can take a lot of hits. Like, they can get beat the fuck up and be fine. Like never forget the fact that Phoenix fell into a raging river where bodies are known to, like, disappear from, and then got out of it with only a cold.
Oh well, if you say so. It don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
For crying out loud, pack it in! I hate this fucking mushy shit. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way.
What the hell? It's true. It's true. He's also been, like, hit by a car, flung 20 feet vertical into the air, and hit, like, you know, crashed into a telephone pole, and he got away with a sprained ankle. Completely fine. Like, other than a sprained ankle.
I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks. The man is built tough. Not very smart, but very tough and very lucky. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? You fucking know it, baby. Pardon the interruption. Who? Oh my fucking Shams! Pardon the interruption, but what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Bruh. Phoenix Wright in the next Smash game? I have been waiting for Phoenix in Smash forever. I don't even like Smash like that. But, like, I'd fucking pay for DLC if Phoenix Wright was in there, but he's already in Marvel vs. Capcom, so probably not. Why does the figment of Kazuma have a breeze? Because Kazuma has a breeze. Like, Kazuma, like, it is, like, established that, attorneys have the power of, like, airbending. Yeah. Like, it is established that, attorneys in this universe have the power of airbending. And Kazuma just has, like, a passive that has it, like, on all of the time, you know? Also, Sholmes is such a fucking attention whore. That voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo! I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity! Ahaha! Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me!
But you people with your incessant babbling!
Mr. Sholmes! Ah, yes, it was me all along. You see? This fucking loser. God, he's so fucking stupid. I love him. I'd assume you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest.
Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again.
Brother. Oh!
I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who is tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to that man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence.
How very above board. Ah, yes, I love blackmailing my doctors to get discharged early.
But enough about my adventures. What of you? That was a fine victory, Mr. Nutherdo. Your tireless efforts were justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you.
Oh, thank you.
Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
Well, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I've indeed been feeling somewhat cold.
Game, please end. Oh God.
So I've indeed been feeling somewhat cold, not perhaps cold as ice, but, well, have a feel.
Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? I'm not into that. TW, you don't need to stick around. The VOD is always gonna be here.
And in some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious.
Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. It's okay. I had a little tete-a-tete with him, you know?
Oh, the raper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Then why the fuck did you say it, bitch? I'm gonna be thinking about it. Ah, yeah, well, don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I might get shivved in the fucking slums, like, tomorrow anyway. Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a little bit like him upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean like God? You're religious?
Yeah, him upstairs knows what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He wouldn't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some cubs like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. And at the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve.
God mentioned in Ace Attorney? Crazy. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Watching a VOD is not as fun as being here live. You know what else is fun, though? Sleeping.
Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? I only steal from the rich and give to the poor, which is me.
Like a modern-day Robin Hood, but selfish. A trait in which which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi, just give it a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
We did think he set fire to that guy for the longest time. That's true. I did kind of think it was him until Fucking what's his face? Like, admitted to it. The third Skulkin brother. Milverton. Ashley Milverton.
Well, there you are, Hurley! How long have you been here?
Oh, he passed out again. He's dead.
Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble someday.
Oh, he's depressed. I'll be careful. Ouch. If you fall asleep to this live stream, you'll fall asleep to this live stream. You're hardcore. Yeah, you may think it's hardcore, but, you know, years down the line, you're gonna regret, you know, fucking up sleep schedules.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. Perjury and all that. You heard the judge's patter. I've got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. And, you know, the theft and the murder. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bulk stuff without, what was in log, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But diving in an offense, it's a job, innit?
I don't think so. Maybe for YouTube. You're 23 and you already feel it in your bones. Good lord. Well, condolences then.
Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto?
Well, no, I was a student, but I was never a pickpocket. I was a defendant that got accused of murder, so that we got that in common.
Well, anyway, reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. For all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them.
What, like a city infrastructure person?
That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade! The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yeah, goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
In prison.
Otto? Yeah?
Again? One final time. Holy shit, goodbye. Oh, bye-bye. Ah, what was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so
I respond with my gun.
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade.
Aye?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh, yes! It's good advice, Ginny. Never said that before. Right, I see. Well,
Oh my god, hat off. Thanks, Otto. Oh my god. Holy shit. Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me. It's like uncanny seeing her without the hat. That's crazy. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Now, I do suppose this was pro bono because you are fucking broke, so... Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable pick purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocent proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. Oh, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno, Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not! You have no intention of listening to anything but good news! Oh, I have no intention.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there. I don't want to hear the bad news. Blah, la, 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 la.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
A huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
Huh. But there won't be a train, surely. We wouldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. Jesus Christ. Like, this is why you have to pawn your strat every once in a while, dude. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... the great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive elementary. Oh God. Sholmes has dirt on everyone in London. Stop, no more cutscenes, but we have to see Susie off. And just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
Jesus Christ. We ain't done yet. This is gonna be a 7-hour stream yet. Port of Dover Quayside. That took somewhat longer than I'd anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Mrs. Otto, where are you? Oh shit. Over there, look! Looks like she's reading something. Thank God you wear bright pink. What? Mrs. Otto, wait! What are you doing?
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see.
Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
Oh, been a while since we've heard this. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that.
Why? Why did you fail? I don't understand what you mean by you failed.
I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Why?
Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato?
Somehow I doubt it. That's so minor.
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the facts.
Oh, is that it?
What I did is utterly unforgivable.
That's it? You're quitting because of that? Bruh.
That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie?
I stole it. On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember.
Oh yes, we had a wonderful time.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she?
She takes this stuff that seriously, I guess.
To the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Bruno's armband. Look, I can do it again.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. That is Kazuma.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages.
On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper mat, so I put it up my sleeve.
That... Jesus. Good thing your sleeves are so large.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it.
How? How? That's so heavy. How?
Until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night.
I see. How much shit do you carry around in your sleeves, Susato?
And then...
Bang.
Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo!
Right!
After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
How the fuck is that tampering? It's technically, destruction of property. I guess. So you use the cat flapper-mat to make the peephole in the door.
I captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was one of the first of it was of the first importance that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold.
It's fine, we figured it out. We're good, Susato.
Thoughts started to run through my mind.
Honestly, we probably wouldn't have we wouldn't have figured it out without the peephole, I think.
I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, It looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean? She thinks everything through, Doug. Like, I didn't have a single thought until it was absolutely necessary. You know?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it?
So is this why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police.
I know. And I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. Because I knew he would be fucking out of it for several days. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape. The truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. Honestly, how the fuck did you predict every single part of this case, girly? But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade.
What a martyr.
You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's.
That encyclopedia really did just have infinite knowledge, and she was about to throw it into the ocean, bro. Miss Susato.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
Not really. I mean, you can reform the law as a, lawyer. Happens all the time, Susato. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina.
This is the kind of shenanigans lawyers need.
Yeah. Exactly. We can't progress as a society without a little bit of chicanery, you know? And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Yeah, for real.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Now I can die without regrets.
And then she jumps into the ocean. And she's gone forever. Goodbye.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yeah, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
It was really just luck because there was a person obsessed with Morse code in the fucking jury. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. But it's binary.
As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted.
In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow. I'm quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. I've already figured it out. So... What? Huh? So... What? What? Huh? Huh?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny.
That's my boyfriend's name, Iris. What the fuck do you mean? Why did you say that?
Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Means something? That's my boyfriend. My husband. Asogi was the name of my best friend.
What? But how? How did you know that name, Iris? I read it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
God damn, girly. She was like doing her thinking pose, so I was thinking that she was maybe like writing it, like just, you know, mental noting it or something. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. Holy shit. I'm fucking telling you, he's fucking alive. That's not a fucking cope. He's fucking alive. I wasn't fucking coping. You guys are fucking bullying me for coping. He is alive, motherfucker.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh! It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think I just memorized it. I think it's based on the Iro-ha pangram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi? He's fucking alive. I was right the whole fucking time. I've never felt more vindicated, motherfucker. God damn it. Fuck.
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Mrs. Zata, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it.
Oh, shit.
Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Yeah, calling me a nerd. Call fucking Susato a nerd. Shit.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course.
What the fuck does it say, Susato?
What can this possibly mean?
Whatever's in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato-san's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but
oh my god. Wait. Hold on. Kazuma is in, like, fucking communications with someone. I don't know, man.
The message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
The first is Kei Asogi.
Yeah, that's Kazuma. That's Kazuma for sure. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc?
The second is Ah Shin.
Shin, I don't recognize that name. Wait, hold on. Shin. A Shin. What could that possibly be?
Assassin? Like assassin?
The third is T. Gureguson.
Wait. Hold on. Gregson. That's his first name's like Tobias. Yeah, okay. Tobias Gregson. Okay, so that's Greg. Gregson?
Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list.
And what's his name doing on a secret government communication as well?
And the last name.
What's the matter, Mrs. Otto?
It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson.
Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, Iris, I'm so sorry. Oh.
What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
Oh, Sholmes is not pleased about this predicament.
It only says J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure.
Is this a hit list? Please, no.
Then after the four names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all four. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names, except for A. Shin.
It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Well, yeah, maybe. No, it's not very likely. It's not very likely, really, is it?
Two dead pending, one alive. One unknown. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be a lot of J's among them.
Yeah. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. Yeah, Iris is coping for sure. Hey, but if my cope ended up being true, then maybe her cope is true, okay? Maybe this is a completely different man. She doesn't know this guy at all. Look, do you see any fucking similarities in them at all? I don't fucking think so, okay? You can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
I gotta tell her eventually. Honk.
Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yeah, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato.
Sholmes definitely knows something. He said basically nothing during that exchange. Longer he hides it, angry she's gonna be when the truth comes out. That's true. But, like, Sholmes knows a lot more than he's letting on. I don't know if he's playing a fool necessarily. I think he is just an idiot but he's an idiot with secrets, you know?
Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best.
Mrs. Sato, I'd hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo, I thought you were gay.
I am. This is just genuinely, like, you're very smart, and it's very hard for me to do things without you. Please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Once my dad dies. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript.
Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Buria when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. No, we met a little before. We met during your fucking trial, dude. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
He's fucking alive, I swear to God, bro. Who else would be speaking Japanese? Music in Ace Attorney games is always so good, not a singular miss. Oh, for sure. For fucking sure. Like, this is a really solid track. Like, I really love Susato, and like this theme is so good.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Well, she's not dead. Chat, she's not dead. All I could fucking ask for, man. Cutscene!
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Stop being British. You're explicitly the only person that I don't give a
Looking
British
back
accent,
now,
other
it
than
feels as though
Susato.
fate has led me on this journey.
Wagahai!
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and
Wagahai!
tribulations ahead. Of
Trials
course
and
there will.
Tribulations name drop!
But whatever happens,
I'll always be an ace
I know I'll be
attorney.
able to turn my fortunes around.
What the fuck? You brought your Strad here? Why?
After all,
Dude, the water damage.
I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
But not at my side, because, you know, Kazuma is somewhere. Sorry, I'm British now. Kazuma is somewhere, and Susato just left. So I'm kind of the, and you know, even fucking Natsume is not here, so I'm the only Japanese person here now.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, Mr. Sholmes, please. Why? More?
I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, why would we would have never made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault.
What the fuck? What? I didn't fucking do shit!
Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato...
You love defending yourself in court.
Ha ha ha! For murder! Not for civil case. Fuck! Shums!
It's all right. I'm perfectly happy to testify. Oh, he really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Shums. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes, I love Bruno's words. And I know just the one he'll use here.
Then I really must say...
Objection.
Oh, we fucking did it, chat! The first part of this game is over. And there's another entire half of the game left. Fuck me. Woo! Let's fucking go. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it inspired. I had ordered all of them myself, so I advertised them for sale, with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case, and the money I've earned consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Ha! What the fuck?
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee.
You're 10, you shouldn't have coffee.
I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
Oh. I missed the name, but music person, I love you.
Witness your testimony!
Oh, I can't do this voice now.
Is riddled with contradictions.
Exactly, rarely do rare cobalt coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, I don't know. Sir knows his father's an innocent man. Or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. It's fucking silly. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. Yeah, we didn't get to see Hosonaga anymore, but last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese man on board. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wakahai refuge from Apaka. Man brings some kittens on board, suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair! You preferred the first judge's design? Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. I loved his, headdress and, beard. It's just kinda, oh, this fucking bitch. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. You're so the big villain, dude. I don't fucking believe you. I don't believe in you. The latest Rance magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Glug, glug, glug. Her ladyship puts me to shame. It's fucking stupid. Hey, are you going to jail for, hiding a criminal? Oh, two of the same voice. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stares every day has done wonders for this dicky peg. Managing rather well with the housework too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hoping the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid.
A slap on the wrist. Classic cop behavior. Oh, these two.
My Rowley's back on the beat again. Oh, thanks to the Reaper.
There's nothing I enjoy more than these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners that dropped her pennies in my lovely wife.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Rowley.
You make me sick. This PDA is too much.
Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for the natter, so it ain't too boring. She always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into.
Meeting all these new characters for the first time.
Criminal investigations are kinda interesting when you get into them.
Oh, are you gonna be a detective then? The straightest characters. Straight derogatory. Jokes. Yes, I renowned my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets, please.
And give over, bro. That ain't the Ash we used to know.
We got time in here to plan a comeback of Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, right? The Three Muskewatsits. Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. See, it's them. See, they're a fucking trio, bro. I love it.
This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Ah. You better come back soon in the second half of this game, Susato. Fuck. Ah. Ah. Well, look at this little fucking family, dude. God damn it. Wagahai. Fuck. They're so cute. Motherfuck. Oh, Kazuma! No! Fuck. Go to jail. Oh, are we going through every case here? Like all the characters in every case? Yeah. Kazuma! The baby. That baby's the mastermind. We still don't know anything about this fucking bitch. She got away with it. Like, she straight up got away with it. Oh, and then obviously it's the guy with the Elmo voice. And Susato. Wait, Susato, are you gonna come, like, walk with us? I guess not. It's just me and Kazuma for now. Oh. You guys can't even see me. You can't even see Rinosuke. Here, I'll go off to the side for a little bit so you can see Rinosuke. Oh wait, he's moving forward. We're good. No, Kazuma! See, he's fine. He didn't die. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He just stayed behind so he could do something. Oh, the regret on her face, bro. Sad. Oh, Susato, you're back. Are you gonna walk with me now? What the fuck? Oh. Wait, they just stay there? Okay. Oh, no, no. We're walking again. I'm gonna scooch over. You, strong heart. You're evil. I know it. I fucking know you're evil. Why do the random guards show up? Look at these random fucking witnesses that ended up being, you know, in the jury later. It's so blindingly obvious he's evil. Yeah, to the point where it's like, oh, now I'm like, Russian dying message, I'm crying. Like, he's so blindingly evil that, like, I question whether he's actually evil. You know, because, like, would it be too obvious? Oh, Sholmes, are you joining our little walk? Hell yeah. Hello, Greg. Oh, the straights are here. And the other straights are here. And Anxiety Order is here. Wagahai, do you want to join us? No? I guess you can stay with Natsume for now. Hello, Iris, are you gonna join us? Yay! We never saw him pull out the sword. Maybe in the second half of this game. Oh, hello, Van Zeeks. I still don't know about your character. I know you have an ex now that's Japanese. Look at them! Look, they're doing the Skulkin Brother thing! Hey, Gina. She's loading it again! What the hell? For what? I like how Iris has to take faster steps because she's got short legs. Maybe he'll pull the sword out in the second half of the game. That'd be sick. He uses it to, like, you know, behead the killer. I don't know, man. Ah, this fucking dumbass Sholmes. Ah! Yay! We fucking did it! Ryo and Sholmes, yeah, because they have long legs. Ah! Come on, man. Come on, you can't fucking hit me with that. You can't fucking hit me with that at the end. How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? No! We did it! Yay! That's the first half of this game! Because there's an entire second game! Look at this fucking shit now! Yay! Oh, it ended up actually being a 7-hour stream! What the hell? I was joking! I didn't think it'd take that fucking long. That epilogue was long as shit. Oh, man. No, but I'm telling you, Case 5, Kazuma comes back. Listen, he's still plot relevant. His name was on the fucking disc, okay? 24-hour stream? Absolutely not. I'm ending it here. I'm just saying that this ain't the end of Ace Attorney Chronicles, man. Resolve is next, baby. Alright. Thank you all for watching. And I will see you all tomorrow with more Ace Attorney, but not this Ace Attorney, the other one. Alright. I'll see you. Well, granted, if my voice, recovers by then. I'll see you all then. Laters. Bye-bye.